Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and you caught me unboxing the DVDs I ordered from Amazon. Because that's the next thing we need. Yes, and they have smiley faces on them. How cool. Alright, so I guess there's not many channel announcements that are news since I was last streaming a couple minutes ago, but I do have a coffee goal. The link is in the video description. And I heard back from that eBay seller that had sold the Enlight case hardware. Apparently they finally messaged me after I returned the item saying they could send me another bag of hardware. I will probably reply back letting them know their answer was unfortunately tardy. Yes, and also, yes, this might be my birthday stream, but it may or may not be my actual birthday to help disguise when it actually is and keep it private. My birthday stream happens the last Thursday of February. So my birthday falls sometime in February. Anyways, just thought I'd get that housekeeping out of the way. Yes. And it is on to Table Cam, and I have 2 boxes of DVDs. They are blanks. Yes, they... Are you happy? If you're happy... If you're happy, we're happy. There we go. So, what are these? These are some optical quantum recordable discs. These are DVD plus Rs. These are DVD minus Rs. These are actually inkjet printable, should I actually ever get an inkjet printer for them. Have some of their CDRs. They have been working fine. I haven't created a coaster with them yet. So I figured I would try their DVD plus and minus Rs. So why not? All right, let's see who we have in the chat. We have Tibbs with Retro. Dave's Vintage Apple Tech. Jesse says, get on with the stream. Probably typed that as I was clicking start stream. Oh, it's a SpongeBob meme. All right. Dave's wishing me a happy birthday. Thank you, Dave. Hi, Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack. We have Adam McGee. Hello again. And I've got to scroll the... There we go. Now I can see the bottom of the chat. All right. So why did I open these DVDs? Well, first of all, to make sure I did get exactly what I ordered. Second of all, I am going to burn 2 new discs. So I have this verbatim DVD plus R that I used to burn a Universal Boot CD. I am going to burn the same image, which should be on this computer here, to a DVD-R and try to boot from this DVD drive that I have in the gateway. And if that works, then I'm actually going to burn another DVD plus R, but I'm going to use a new disc. Because I've had those verbatim discs for quite a while. My thought is maybe the disc is old and having trouble read it. I'm suspecting it's more likely that the drive is either not able to make sense of... Oh, that's funny. On the bottom of it, it asks if you're sad. We're even We're even sadder, and it tells you how to reach out to them. Oh, that's cool. Oh, and it looks like they actually have a toll-free number in the States. That's nice. Okay. Well, that's actually pretty cool. All right. Well, we will take one of these brand new DVD dash Rs, and it looks like it's a decent quality disc. All right. The burner I have in this computer is actually a Blu-ray burner, so it can burn both types of DVDs, no issue. It could also burn a Blu-ray disc, but I definitely can say with certainty that this gateway probably wouldn't know how to boot a Blu-ray disc. Not to mention, there are no... Okay, there is one shortcoming I see in their packaging, in that if you remove the outer cover from the spindle, it is hard to tell if they're plus Rs or minus Rs, so... I may reach out to their email and let them know. All right, Jeremy is asking, who here could use a PDS network card? What's the value? It probably depends on what type of PDS. I'm presuming LC, because that might be the most common of the PDS network cards, but I don't know what the value is right offhand. Adam McG says, now I have 2 dead MacBooks here. Oh no. Oh, and Jeremy might have put the question in the wrong chat, or the chat is being mean to me. He might have mean. Yeah, I know Steve is also streaming right now. In a 2VX. Oh, is that a new bus network card? Oh, yeah, Jeremy might have deleted it for some reason. Ah. All right, new bus network card. I would say last one I bought, I paid $30, around $30 for it. Granted, the new bus card I bought it was new old stock, still sealed in the original anti-static bag, but it wasn't like in the box. So it didn't have the box, but it was factory sealed. So I guess it would have been considered an untested condition. I think I paid about $30 for it. I'm trying to find the Universal Boot CD. Okay. I'm trying to find my Universal Boot CD image. It's hiding from me. Actually, maybe if I just search downloads, that might work. UBCD. There it is. All right, let's burn disk image. Open. Verify disk after burning. Burn. All right, we are burning a new disk. All right, while we do that, let me go ahead and plug this gateway back in and put the DVD-ROM drive back in so that I don't have a repeat of what I did last time, where I didn't realize that it was unplugged until I was booting into something. All right. All right. The disk is burning. And yeah. Now, one thing while we wait for the disk to verify, one thing I've done to this computer since I got it is wait, nope. That was a different gateway. Never mind. I've got two gateways. Now, this one has the RAM that was in it when I originally got it. I think it was upgraded to 128 megabytes total at some point, and I just decided to leave it like that. It's the other gateway that I swapped the memory modules that was in it after testing some of the modules that came in my lot of 29 crafting memory modules, i.e., memory modules sold to, I guess, be shiplap on a gingerbread house or something. I don't know. Oh, yeah, I haven't tested them all yet. I still have a small pile that I need to test through. So far, I've yet to find a bad memory module in that lot of 29, so unfortunately, most of them are smallish, but two of the 64s I put, or no, it's two of the 32s I put in my other gateway, so I have a total of 64 megabytes of SD RAM in my other gateway computer. Jesse says, my doctor asked me if I could work on old gateways today. Long story on how he got there. Alright. If a DVD-R fixes this boot problem, then maybe for really old DVD drives, maybe you need to burn a DVD-R. I'm half expecting it's not going to boot, and that the problem really is that the laser is just, I guess, weakened over time and isn't powerful enough to read a recordable DVD. But the thing is, it can read recordable CDs. But then again, some of these early DVD drives may actually have two lasers, so I guess it could be possible the CD laser is doing fine and the DVD laser's tired. Alright, should be about done verifying the disk. Because the progress bar is at like 95+%. Maybe 97% now? It was interesting. It burned the disk and the progress bar filled up. And then it went back to 0 for finalizing disk. Weirdest progress bar ever. Thank you, Windows. Alright, almost there. I almost just burned it without verifying it, but I figured just to rule out that it would be kind of embarrassing to try to boot from a disk that didn't burn right. Alright, let's try this. So, capture input. I'm probably going to get a new VGA scaler soon. I can't stand how this one keeps cutting off the left-hand side of the screen. And what do you know? DVD-R works. Hmm. Alright, we'll just run something. Okay. Let me pull out one of these DVD-Rs and go ahead and burn a new DVD-R and see if that works. Because maybe the problem is my DVD plus R discs are old. I mean, some drives can boot them, but I don't know. Maybe there's. Okay, this is likely not going to work. I suspect the issue is there's something about the two different formats that older DVD drives don't know how to handle the plus R disc. But I'm going to try. Just in case there's something wonky about my verbatim discs. After all, for modern computers, I'd probably, for various reasons, I still prefer plus R discs. I'm sure going to tell them that I wish they could put a slightly better way of knowing which is which on the discs, because for those of us that for some reason need to have both types of discs. Well, Adam says Adam doesn't like plus R discs. It is also possible that the reasons why I use plus R discs are obsolete. And maybe it just depends on what you're using it with as to what you'll have better luck with. Always possible. Right. Well, while this memory test runs, I am at least going to make a note on the disc that it is the Universal Boot CD on a DVD-R. All right. Excellent. Guess while we wait for this disc to verify, we'll boot something a little more intensive, maybe. Jesse says off-brand discs have been a real miss, though. Well, these were manufactured by apparently Optodisc Taiwan, which I believe is actually a I mean, I could be wrong, but I think it is one of the larger, like, recordable disc manufacturers. And maybe that's why default settings. Wait a minute. Live mode intended for. I don't think Part Magic is going to run on this computer because it only has 128 megabytes of RAM, but I don't know. While we wait for this other disk to finish verifying, why not? Live with default settings, 32. I'm not going to try to run it from RAM. I don't think there's enough RAM for that. Adam says I still have about 250 Memorex DVD-R new and jewel cases. Wow. Jesse says mileage may vary. We had this discussion over my car making the 250K mark today. Yes, indeed. Okay, I believe the kernel's not going to boot. Had to try it, though. Thought it would be cool to see the Parted Magic run on this computer. But I guess this computer doesn't have quite enough magic for that. Or the kernel is just that slow on Pentium 2. Oh, there we go. My DVD plus R has finished. Alright, let me mark it that it's my plus R. Alright, reboot here. Oh, not control delete. We will. Yeah, it hard locked. Alright, will it boot my plus R, my brand new plus R? And the answer is no. Alright, well, I guess that does pretty much determine that if your old DVD drive doesn't like plus R discs, you might try dash R discs before you attempt to adjust the laser power, because it might be the type of disc you're using. Well, I guess now it's good. I have a spindle of the correct discs and a spindle of the incorrect discs. But I don't have to buy a new DVD ROM drive for this computer. I'll just know to use dash R's. So there we go. Problem solved. Now, this drive here, though, the reason why the plus R's worked is probably because the drive supports burning plus R discs. So the drive probably supports reading them. I suspect it's the firmware in the drive and its ability to read the format of the recordable disc. Because I think recordable DVDs have some differences that maybe the drive has to support the format more than for a recordable CD. So, anyways, it's at least not a slam dunk that your drives are going to support plus R's. Because actually, this is not the only DVD drive I have that won't read plus R discs. That's why I bought a beige burner that supports plus R discs. So that at least I had a drive that would support them if I needed to use plus R discs for some reason, maybe because it's a disc that's already been burned. At least I'd have a beige drive on hand. But I guess now I don't necessarily need to. Yeah, I think now that you say that, I think I am kind of remembering some drives. Like Jesse saying, I believe the first Power Books with DVD reading capabilities only worked with the Dash R discs. And yeah, now that you say that, I am kind of remembering that. So maybe I would have saved myself a little bit of wheel of regret by just buying the spindle of Dash R discs in the first place. So maybe I will. Maybe I can say my recommendation would be if you're burning DVDs for a vintage computer that has a DVD drive, you're probably going to want to use Dash R discs. Yeah, Jesse says I don't feel like dragging mine out to verify that right now, and I don't blame you. All right, so I guess this gateway can probably go back upstairs, only because I was kind of out of shelf space for it down here, and since it's all put together, I'll take it back upstairs when I get a chance. All right, let's see here. Next computer. Which, yes, at some point we are probably going to get to some computer to try the Advanced Logic ALS 4000 sound card on. Ideally, maybe yeah, it is the ALS 4000. Jesse says I may get my ambition back in a couple weeks. All right, let me see here. What might I try that sound card in? Industrial PC might be an interesting choice. Maybe something that would give me a little bit of bench room if I set it up. I think we'll start with just a motherboard and bench test the card to make sure it works. Because quite honestly, with that industrial PC case on the bench, I have like hardly any room for the keyboard. So I think I'm going to pull a motherboard out and we'll bench test it. I think I will try the. I don't want to try the Asus motherboard that's got the Mach 64 card in it. That was competing. There's a sound card on it. Um, might be a fun port to try it in. Don't we use the Media GX board? left a Mach 64 card in it probably means that it works. Oh, hi, Tom Armstrong. Welcome. All right. Let me reshuffle a few things here. I'm going to use this random motherboard. To use it, I need to grab the heatsink from another Pinion board. I'm picking this board because it's a little bit different from other boards. And I need the boot drive. Oh, which I put somewhere creative. Oh, there it is. I see it. Crisis averted. Alright, the only thing is I don't have a test bench that doesn't have something attached to it, so I'm going to use a black. Alright, we have a super, or well, this is not a Super 7 board. This is just a Socket 7 board with an Intel chipset. It is an AMD K6 300. It's going to be using a 66 megahertz bus clock. It has a Mach 64 PCI video card and our Advanced Logic ALS 400. We have onboard IDE. I will put my compact flash card into. I need the AT keyboard. And somewhere I have my, here it is, AirTech. Yes, and an AT power supply. Oh, hi, Dana Does Stuff. Welcome. All right. Let's try this again. All right. Priority mailbox is going to fly like an eagle. Disclaimer, the Postal Service's ability to make packages fly like an eagle is limited to when they feel like it. Jesse says the Emerson keyboard is a nice touch. Yes, as long as it's cooperating. It sometimes doesn't like to cooperate. It's one of those like auto switching keyboards that'll auto switch between AT and ATX, and it doesn't do it very well. If you press... Ooh. Hold on. I'm trying to do this backwards, and I just plug those in backwards. Always double check the wires when plugging them in. The black wires should be in the middle. If you have any other combination in the middle, immediately stop, unplug, and redo. There we go. See, even seasoned professionals, when trying to do it with a video card in the way, can plug those in backwards. And backwards motherboards don't care. I guarantee you it will do the same thing if you're a novice or a veteran and you plug it in wrong. It will go P-O-O-F poof. Hi, Frank. Welcome. Welcome back, I guess. All right. I'm going to put a cardboard box between the power adapter and this motherboard because the clips holding the standoff have broken, so there's no insulation otherwise. All right. All right, we have a sound card, we have video card, we have RAM, we have IDE, we've got keyboard, we have power. I do need a GoTech because I'm going to need to I may need a GoTech. I did download the drivers I think Tuesday night, because Jeremy had pointed me to some drivers, and actually they were, I believe, actually not the correct drivers. But luckily the correct ones weren't that far off. I'm checking what... Yeah, I think the one Jeremy pointed me to were for the ALS 300. So if you have one of those sound cards, I can tell you where the drivers are. But the ALS 400 drivers were very close by. So yeah, that's okay, Jeremy. You might have misheard what I said. But the thing is, if you go to where the drivers you sent me on Vogons were, the ALS 400 drivers were like right there. So you actually got me like 95% of the way there. So I have the drivers now. Oh, cool. All right, interesting. Oh, probably good I pulled an Intel chipset out because I've got the README for these the DOS mode drivers for this card. So these are basically it's a program that configures the card and exits. It doesn't have to load anything into memory. It is saying the following chipsets work: AMD 750, AMD 761, or the VIA VT82C 68, or I guess 686B, Intel 430TX, the Intel 440BX, the SIS 630, SIS 730, SIS 735, SIS 745, SIS 650 and 961, the VIA Apollo Pro 133, the VIA PLE 133. Probably will work a couple other SIS and VIA chipsets. Will not work Intel i8-10 and i8-15. Don't have to worry about that because this is definitely not a new enough board to have the i8-10 or i8-15. So this board has the well, if I can, I'm trying to get a good look at the board to read the chipset. I think it's the 430TX, which is on this list. All right. The 430TX does work. Adam says, I hope everyone is writing all this down. Well, good news, Adam. The README file is with the drivers. Even better. Someone has already written it down for you. There may be a quiz later, though. Where did Justin say to go get the drivers? All right, disk. Let me see. New. I'm gonna put these on a disk image. All right, so let's see here. Can I drag and drop? No. Press, extract all. There we go. All right. I'm creating a disk image here. There we go. And we're going to call this SAL. All right. Have a disk image for the flash floppy. All right. Adam McGee says he has reason to believe his MagSafe adapter is bad. Okay, well then maybe some of those MacBooks might work. That's hopeful. Oops, did I save that to documents? I probably did. There it is. All right. Okay. I have the driver disk onto the thumb drive that goes into my GoTech. Now I just need to plug the GoTech into the computer so that I can use it when we are in DOS. Means I need to find the elusive floppy drive cable or steal it from something else. Oh, I know where I've got some. Steal it from another computer. Here we go. All right. All right. Floppy drive cable into the GoTech. With power. All right, there we go. All right, 3, 2, 1. There we go. We are off to the races. Oh, no, we're not. Now we're off to the races. All right. Oh, that's right. This is PC DOS. Never mind. Fine. I don't care. We'll just run this anyways. There we go. All right. Well, we wait for that to copy. There we go. It has copied. I have elected to not copy the source code drivers over. Let me plug in these speakers. Line in mic, line in audio out. Here. ALS 4K DOS. Whoops, I didn't mean to run that off the floppy drive. Oh, I can hear noise coming out of the speakers. I believe it just initialized it. I think I may need to change the config file. Don't remember what the edit command is in PC DOS. I should probably just install MS DOS on this thing. How about I'll just run DOS shell? There we go. HeadMG says the 2C I got today just works boring. Oh, it's E. Okay, I can tell you right now the noise coming from this sound card is annoying. ESP version 402, very nice. EMA emulation method auto, okay. Okay, that's good. Function 2 is save. Function 3 is close. All right. Oh, hey, 1-bit, welcome. Adam McGee says that I like using my trash-looking 2C that has a price tag for $2.99 on it. It looks terrible and runs perfectly, and I have a hard drive in it. Nice. Hot PC shell action. Yeah, thanks, 1-bit. No adapter as is. Took a chance. Nothing wrong with it. Yeah. All right. Let's restart so we can give this the correct interrupt, and then we'll try whatever things I might have installed that can use sound, something like that. Oh, oh, that's right. Oh, there we go. 225 1. All right. Quite possible I need to copy a couple things on here. All right. Oh, all right. Ad lib. All right. We have it configured. Now that I've got it configured, I'm going to just realized I need to take the opportunity and copy some more games on this compact flash card. If I'm really feeling brave, I'll install Windows. I wonder how well Windows runs on PC DOS. I mean, I would presume it does because I don't think Microsoft would have wanted to have given up the possibility of licensing money that easily. All right. Let me see if I can't copy a few more games over here. Like, by chance, I don't know, Chex Quest? I think this computer can run Chex Quest. There we go. I believe. There we go. Copying Chex Quest over. It should be Sound Blaster compatible. Let me see what else I have that can be easily installed and is. Would run Jazz Jackrabbit, but I think that one plays better with the Pico Gus or an actual Gravis ultrasound. Mm. All right, there we go. Okay, there we go. Now we have a actual game. An actual game that will pose an actual challenge. Adam says these guts will go inside the black shell for mech effects eventually. Cool. All right. Oh, interesting. There we go. Oh, doesn't have help. Never mind. All right. Run checks. I need to run setup sound, music sound card. Sound Blaster 220, sound effects, Sound Blaster 225 1. Number of sound effects to mix in, we'll pick the default 3. Controller type is keyboard. All right, so the move keys are up, down, left, right. Space is used, control is fire. And okay. Save parameters and wah wah. Well, that was that was unexpected. All right, I do have high XMS memory. Oh, Next Quest doesn't seem to want to run with PC-DOS 7. I was looking forward to the music. All right. Hmm. Do you know that PC-DOS 2000 has command line history? I just realized that. Oh, maybe I need to run checks 1. Maybe that sets something else up. Nope. Hmm. All right, later, Thomas. Transfer Stack Overflow on interrupt 72 hex at address. Hmm. Oh, and I believe it just kind of abortadoodled. It locked up. Okay. Maybe PC DOS is maybe a K6 issue, Robert McKay says. Could be. Could be another problem, too. I'm actually not totally sure there's a memory manager installed. All right. Let's see here. All right, let me see. How much memory do I have in this machine? Okay, I may have to hold on. I want it to actually run through. Actually, would like to be able to read how much memory it has. So let me actually just make it do a cold boot here real quick. Lock LED panel speaker reset. Oh, I have 128 megabytes of RAM installed. That might actually be a problem. That might actually be the problem. It may be that 128 megabytes might be too much for trying to run this in DOS. I think this is a. Yeah, here we go. I got a 32 megabyte module. Before I go off and do silly things like install MS DOS or go find a spare Intel processor that's fast enough that I will enjoy playing the game. Let's just like put this 32 megabyte SD-RAM module in that I've tested and I know it works. Because it might be that DOS is limited to like 64 megabytes, but since there's actually 128 megabytes, maybe something's not is or is not rolling over like it oh. Oh, never mind. Hi Jay. Thank you. Okay, that's not it. Maybe it is the K6 processor. All right. Hmm. Okay. I think I have a 200 megahertz Intel. We can try that. If that's not it, then it's probably something about my PC DOS install. You need to get more granular. Ugh. Well, I rather liked having the K6 Oh, it's actually a K62 300. All right. I'm going to have to reconfigure this board here real quick. It's actually, that is actually a 66 megahertz bus speed version of the K62 300. Because there's also a 100 megahertz bus version. I don't know if there's really any difference between them, other than I think the 66 megahertz bus version, I don't think it will run on a 100 megahertz bus because I think it may not let you set the right multiplier. All right, so for the 200 mmx, I need to change. Okay, so my bus speed is fine, so I can leave that alone. V core, what was the V core of the A62? Oh, 2.2 volts. Okay, that is definitely too low for this Intel. I need to change that to 2.8. That's going to be 4 off, 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 1 off, 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 1 off. All right, the ratio for this 200 megahertz is going to be 3x, so that is going to be off, 1 off, off, 1 off. Excellent. Okay, I think we're reconfigured. I will leave the 32 megabyte memory module in. 200 megahertz MMX. We are configured. No, it still crashed. All right. Probably the version of DOS I'm trying to use. Okay. All right. Let me go grab. I've got a compact flash card on another motherboard. All right. I don't know what OS is on it actually, but we'll see. For all I know, it might actually be DOS 3.3. Oh, Windows 98. Oh, that's right. All right. Oh, okay. So this isn't a Windows 98 install. It's just the Windows 98 DOS. Let's see if it works here. Okay, I guess I am going to have to actually copy. We'll have to copy the text quest over. Let me make sure that the all right. All right, so at least that works. All right. One of these days, I will actually be able to play Chex Quest. Have a nice DOS, yes. All right, we're copying files. If this works, then we might try other games. Might even try to find a way to run canyon.midi. Of course, maybe that's I'll install MS-DOS 622 so we can install Windows 3.1 so we can. Unless there's like a MIDI tracker for DOS, that would be handy. All right. All right, there we go. So this DOS install is one I created by basically using Joe's shop floppy disk to install Windows 98's DOS onto the hard drive. Also, I don't know how to invoke that program and have it use its config file to set things up. So apparently, if you call it outside its directory, it doesn't use its config file. So there we go. It used its config file. All right. Wait a minute. Oh. And there we go. And it crashed. Interesting. Is it the sound card, maybe? Oh, I forgot to configure it for sound. Actually, maybe it wasn't trying to use that sound card this time around. All right, let me configure the sound card. Let me at least. All right, mem. Oh, there's no mem command in this. That's right. Could try replacing DOS 4GW with DOS 32A. Well, I don't know if I can do that because it's bundled with this game. Yeah, it's definitely crashing. I think it's a drop-in replacement, but not really sure. Well, I've never heard of it, honestly. Or maybe I haven't, I just don't realize it. Um, well, actually, I can't because that would require there to be a separate DOS4 GW executable. There is not. I think it's been compiled into the Chex Quest executable. Oh. Oh, you gotta run some program to modify it. Okay, that's not something I can really easily do right now. Could maybe run the WAD with some other Doom clone. Well, that's also not something I can really do right now. Because that'd require me to go find a Doom clone. Is this the fault of that sound card? Probably not. Alright, maybe there's another way we can achieve the end goal. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Alright. I'm going to find some way to play some sound on this sound card so we can judge how good or bad it is. And what am I going to do? Install DOS 622. Oh. Let's see if that's enough to full setup. Probably not. Oh, there we go. That was fine. I think maybe it just saw that there was a newer version of DOS installed. There we go. All right. We are now installing DOS 622, and I don't have to then recopy everything else I had on this compact flash card over. This was a hard drive. Well, that would cause super fragmentation, but it's a compact flash card. Probably also means I can put my K62300 back in. Don't forget to, while we wait for this MS-DOS install to finish, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe, and turn on notifications, because I have a bunch of other wonderful sound cards to test and compare with each other. Also, I should probably let RetroTech Chris know I'm looking at this sound card. He basically, he gave me the idea to buy it. All right. Hopefully, if I install this version of DOS, well, I'll be able to install Windows 3.1, because this sound card does have Windows 3.1 drivers for it. So I can install Windows 3.1 drivers, which will also mean that I'm not, like, cheating to see how this card works in DOS. The reason I bought this is because Chris started a thread on X. Hey, Chris! Yes, in order to look at this sound card, I have discovered I need to actually install a legitimate MS-DOS install, because I was trying to run Chex Quest under PC-DOS and it kept crashing. So I went to a compact flash card that had the DOS from Windows 98 on it, and it kept crashing. So I concluded that the only sane thing to do was to install MS-DOS 622 and try it. Although I can tell you that this sound card definitely has a lot of noise in when it's muted. Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely background noise. Chris says if my card works, he'll buy one of these. All right. I mean, I have gotten it to play the audio from Planet X3, but that's kind of like, that's a low bar because it just uses ad-lib mode. I want to actually play a game that uses Sound Blaster mode with the digitized audio effects and the OPL3 and the works, which is why I was trying to play Chex Quest. Although my backup plan is I'll install Windows 3.11 as well, so I can at least play Canyon.midi. But I am going to try to get Chex Quest to run in DOS. I'm hoping with DOS 622 and its himem.sys driver that maybe the game will work. Chris says, with Chris's card, I need to try Sound Blaster mixer settings to make it louder. I ran out of steam last night and worked all day. Well, with this card, I did run its DOS utility to configure it, and there's definitely background hiss. So I suspect the card is going to be loud enough but I'm using amplified speakers. So the speakers have amplifiers. It definitely was loud enough in Planet X3, but let's see how well it works with a Sound Blaster game. We'll try Chex Quest. If that doesn't work, I'll dig out Jazz Jackrabbit. I think it supports Sound Blaster as well. But granted, Jazz Jackrabbit sounds better in Gravis ultrasound mode. Yeah, I actually, Chris, I took today off, but then again, I had things to do all day anyways. So after all, I started my morning with a car inspection. Oh, wait a minute. Oh well, it wanted me to press enter, but I think it was basically done. Chocolate Doom has a page saying it supports Chex Quest. Okay, well, I've never heard of Chocolate Doom, but if it comes down to it, I'll get Chocolate Doom. All right, there we go. We have 32 megabytes of memory. I did install DOS in a way that left the drivers there. And once again, DOS 4 GW Professional crashed. That is weird. Oh, let me check something here. Hold on, please. Okay, no, that's going to be fine. BIOS features. Caches are on, that's fine. Boot sequence is fine. Alright, non-OS2, that's fine. Chipset features. Okay, that all's fine, I'm pretty sure. Huh. I was almost got to the point where I was convinced I had plug and play OS installed set to yes on this board. Almost, Chris. I I have 2 more slices for tomorrow. We'll just say that I also had the opportunity for other good food too the past couple days. I will it'll be quite tasty if when I reheat it in the oven tomorrow. But yes, I have definitely enjoyed the pizza. It was a quite cheesy pizza. Yes, Chris ordered a pizza delivered to my house on Tuesday night. First live pizza delivery on my stream. Although, granted, I wasn't set up to actually record the actual pizza delivery itself, but, well, the consumption of some of the pizza is on the live stream. It was a stuffed crust cheese pizza with extra cheese. Oh, hey, Xbit Sysop, welcome. And, did I actually miss someone? Oh, and Retrotech or Die, welcome! I'm, trying to get Chex Quest to run, and it keeps crashing. Huh. Well, it looks like I might need to check out this Chocolate Doom after all. Alright, let me... Alright. Let me see what I can do about getting Chocolate Doom. It does support Sound Blaster sound, I'm presuming. Because the thing is, I'm actually trying to... Oh, this isn't going to work. No, I'm actually trying to play this in DOS so I can use this Sound Blaster compatible card in DOS. So if I'm going to use an alternate Doom engine, I need one that runs in DOS. Although maybe... Alright, let me see if maybe there's something on... there's no way of knowing what version of DOS 4GW they used. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I just ran one, Chris. It's actually just a little program that sets up the IRQ and DMA and it runs. Yeah. Yeah, I was looking on the internet to see if I could find a solution for this DOS 4GW crash. But it's actually built into the Chex Quest executable. So I can't see what version it is or swap it with the latest version because it's actually compiled into the executable. This is interesting. I know I've played this Chex Quest before. See, I have found it. No. Okay, let me reboot DOS. Yeah, the DOS 32A thing seems to have a utility to modify the EXE, but I don't know that I want to try to figure that out live. I was just, I was kind of... Basically, I'm stumped as to why this isn't just working. I mean, I... Okay, I do know I have sound, because I can use Planet X3. And we'll go with this for a moment. Oh, Chris. Okay, I mean, it sounds decent. I mean, there's a lot of, like, background noise on this card, so when there's no sound coming out of it, there's definitely noise. The FM synth on it's not objectionable. It actually sounds better than some of the other cards I've had. I could see myself gaming with it. The only thing that's stumping me, though, is I know I've played Chex Quest on computers, and I'm pretty sure that's the same install that I downloaded from my backups. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Guess let me double check to make sure that is there's not like another install backup nudge, nudge, wink, wink that I have like in my conveniently in my downloads folder because that's where I put everything. That's not a Word document that I'm working on. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. And yes, I'm being silly. I'm pretty sure that whoever owns Chex is just thrilled that Chex Quest is still around and people are talking about it and maybe buying their cereal, even though they did that like 20 some years ago. Is there a patch for this? I don't know if there are any patches for Chex Quest. I'm just wondering if either I might be running the wrong. Maybe I'm running the wrong unzip of the what I downloaded from archive.org or WinWorld PC. Maybe I'm just running the wrong thing. So I'm checking to see what I've downloaded here. Because I have the ISO version, but that requires Windows to install. And then I have the like it's the someone installed it and they backed up or archived the installed version. But I think I've used that before and it worked totally fine. I mean, I all right. I guess maybe let me see if I can't DOS 32A Advanced DOS Extender. All right, let me see about this DOS 32A. Well, the link that I have is broken for it. Well, that is not convenient. Oh, here it is on SourceForge. All right, I guess I can try to patch CheckQuest because I'm stumped. This just is usually something I don't like to do because like seemingly this is something I shouldn't have to do to run it on actual vintage hardware with actual vintage OSs. Especially because I pulled out the excess RAM, so I should be under DOS 4 GW's limit. Anyways, okay. I'll okay. So let me pull the compact flash card. I'll copy the DOS extender over so I can patch the executable because I'm pretty sure it's got to run under DOS. In the meantime, I am going to quickly run a memory test because Even though I've tried different RAM, I guess it's always possible that there's something wrong with this board and we're actually seeing the side effect of a memory failure. Okay. Well, I copy the DOS extender over. I won't let this memory test run all the way through, and I'll get back to the chat here as soon as I find the window again. Okay, Jesse. The thing is, this isn't a patch for Chex Quest. Basically it's a memory extender for DOS that is supposedly able to replace DOS 4 GW that's embedded in another executable, which honestly sounds like something that could go disastrously wrong and might not work. And of course, my mind is saying, the back of my mind's asking, well, if DOS 4 GW doesn't work, then how is this going to work? Then again, I don't know what version of DOS 4 GW is embedded in Chex Quest because it's embedded, so I can't really see what version it is by just executing DOS 4 GW by itself. So, yeah, we'll see. I've never used this patch before. I never even thought you could replace the DOS extender. I thought you had to use what got bundled with the application. I didn't realize replacing it was a thing. Of course, I'll believe it when I see it. All right. I was only going to run mimtest while I was waiting for files to extract to the compact flash card, so I mean, it is quite possible this system might get another round of mimtest. Off stream, but for now. Richard Tick Chris says everyone should have their DOS extended. Oh yeah, by the way, Chris, if you saw me laughing at something on my phone, it was your last text message. You're probably right about not making that joke. It might go over like a lead balloon these days. Okay. So I don't know. I've never done this before. This seems absolutely scary to try to replace the DOS extender. Okay. Okay, so what do we need to do? We need to back up the file. Okay. I will back it up so that I don't necessarily have to copy. All right, there we go. You must now set a path for DOS32A. All right, set DOS32A equals C DOS32A Okay, C DOS 32A. Then W. That actually the. Hold on. That actually the path? Yeah, bin W. Oh, okay. Okay. Yep, that is right. Bin W SB R checks.exe. That it? Um, was it supposed to reboot like that? Oh, cool. Did that really work? Well, that's weird. I don't know why the DOS extender just like dumped out to. Well, rebooted the computer. That's really weird. All right. I'll probably have to replay this slowly to figure out what went wrong because that was really weird. Yeah, I think that's really okay. Robert says, don't think so. So, say, what? Say, what? I think I know why DOS 4 GW is crashing. Also, I don't think it actually replaced the memory extender in my checks.exe. And no, I can't say what any higher than that without wrecking my voice and having to end the stream. Okay, so if I just run checks without running that utility for the sound card, it's the sound card. Okay, so now still plenty of free memory. Hey Ryan, everything is broken garage. Well, Chris, this sound card, it has its quirks and features. It's one of its quirks is if you run the utility to configure it, then DOS 4 GW built into checks quest crashes. This is some MS DOS compatibility this card has. It's next level special compatible. I'm thinking I might just need to pull another motherboard out and make sure it's not like some. I can't try a different. Jeremy, it's not technically not a driver what I'm running. It's just a program that configures the card and exits. The README says it's not loading into it doesn't stay in memory. That is the only utility I'm aware of to configure the card in DOS. Unless the only other thing that I have, well, I do have one other set of drivers for the card. And I guess I could run them, but I think it's the same version. Retrotech Crest says I may have led you astray. Yeah. As a punishment, the pizza I ordered will probably never get here. We are all going to want to watch Old World Tech Fridays. Tomorrow evening, we have a very special episode. Well, it does look like there may be another utility I can run. Okay. Alright, I stand corrected even though I'm sitting in a chair. Maybe there is another utility. Alright, well, I will delete the one that is quite possibly not working. I guess I can delete my checks backup. Alright. Oh, I guess install new folder. I'm just at least putting this in a folder. Okay, I'm copying the drivers over to the compact flash card now so I can run the installer. Apparently there is an installer on there's a zip file with all the drivers, and apparently there's an installer for that one, so maybe it's a newer version of the driver? I don't know, it might actually be an older version of the driver. Maybe any difference in the driver will make a difference. Also, if anyone can guess how many Windows Explorer windows I had open just now, I will say congratulations, you guessed how many Windows Explorer tabs I had open. Alright, well, let's see if this is any different. If this doesn't work, I'm going to install Windows so we can at least play Canyon.midi on a MIDI player. It is, alright. Okay, well, that sounds good. 225.1, MPU 401 enable, 339. I think that looks standard. AdLib and GamePort. 8-bit sound. Okay, they totally didn't just like reuse the Microsoft sound. Actually, huh. There may not be quite as much background noise with this driver. Maybe that first driver just had the volume turned way too far up. Alright, well, it's initialized. And it still crashed. Oh, and actually when Chex Quest crashes, DOS becomes very unstable. This card is quiet too. Of course, I did notice in that configuration program, I think it did have a volume setting. Oh, let me see. Volume. That's a little better. Sound is a little on the quiet side, but it's tolerable. Okay, I do not know why Chex Quest won't run with the sound card. It would appear as if it is an incompatibility with the sound card of some sort and not the computer. So I could actually put my AMD processor back in. Probably put my 128 megs of RAM back in too. All right, we are going to try MIDI on this card. Some way, somehow. Oh, I guess that is the one I've got. All right, Windows. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yes. All right, there we go. We'll install Windows 3.1. At least I can play Canyon.MIDI. Yeah, I think that all looks good. All right. So I kind of have to say the DOS compatibility of this PCI card might be poor. Granted, I've only tried 2 games, but the one that uses DOS 4GW crashes. I guess I could try running that replacement program again without loading the sound card driver. That might be it. That might be why it just rebooted. Maybe I had the sound driver installed. Of course, that is think maybe that DOS 32A maybe that DOS 32A thing program is going to have the same problem with this sound card. I'm pretty sure I have EMM 386 loaded. Well, actually, I think the thing is I for sure should after I install Windows 3.1. That's fine. All right, continue. That's fine. All right. Oh, may want to try it without it. Yeah, I can give that a try. That's true. I guess I don't really need EMM 386. I just need hymem.sys. Yeah, I'll let Windows finish installing, and then we'll try doing a selective boot and not loading EMM 386, and we'll try Chex Quest. That is true. Maybe the problem is EMM386.exe. I don't need to emulate EMS memory for anything. I don't need that driver. Chris says, I want to say that sometimes for PCI cards and even ISA cards, that high memory area usage doesn't get detected right. Yep, that is true. And the thing is, I'd have not one, but two PCI cards installed because I actually have a Mach 64 PCI card in this computer. All right, that's fine. I think we will skip the tutorial and we will read. DOS can go high. Yep, we could run that. We can run high mem. That's fine. That's fine. Oh. We really need smart drive? Probably not. Oh. There's something I don't like. All right, let's see here. File, run, browse. Oh, all right. Apparently, I don't have MM386 loaded, Chris. I thought I did, but apparently I don't. Oh, the Windows sound is crazy high. There we go. Look at this. It looks just like the ESS audio drive software, but it's not. Because, well, although it could be the same program. Let's see if I can't get Canyon.midi on here. Yes, I have a floppy image that has Canyon.midi on it for just such an emergency. I've inspired Chris to try his card out now. Yay! Except I have no idea how you control that program without a mouse. To put a mouse on this computer, I would have to find a serial card. apparently Windows already has Canyon.MIDI. Okay, sorry, we gotta stop this Canyon.MIDI right here. It does not sound right. Super fail for the OPL emulation on this card. Canyon MIDI sounds wrong. Sorry, you lose. Bump, 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 bump. Wow. Yeah, I can't play it any further. Yeah, it doesn't sound right. I'm not sure if anyone else noticed that because it'd probably be my luck that my audio has gone kaput again and no one's hearing anything I'm saying. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, we'll go back to the beginning. So listen carefully to the beginning cuz yeah. All right. Yeah, yeah, well, Chris, well, I was in it too. I paid $10 for the sound card. Jeremy says it is a tad off. Yeah. Canyon.MIDI is just a um I mean, I've heard worse, but maybe we could play with the MIDI mapper a bit. Yeah, maybe. Jeremy, auto incorrect kind of um not helping you out tonight. That is exactly as they designed auto incorrect. So Jeremy made a typo, bad, not totally baff, and then quick tried to chime in to tell me bad, but his first correction also said baff. And Retrotech Chris is saying, I preferred baff. Jeremy says, curse those fat fingers. Actually, quite honestly, I don't know what baff means, but bad, bad, not totally baff. Yeah, that works. You might have just invented a new word for the dictionary, Jeremy. Maybe baff is short for buffoon? Bassoon? I don't know. Hey, Dave, welcome. You just missed an absolutely tortured performance of Canon.MIDI. Well, I guess for the grand price of $10 plus shipping, it is a PCI sound card. It does somewhat work under DOS, although I can't get Chex Quest to play because the moment I configure the card, the DOS 4 GW and Chex Quest crashes. So that that doesn't help. Okay, there was the one thing I did think of. I mean, it does work under Windows 3.1. There was the one thing I did think of to maybe be able to run the patch to install a different DOS extender in Chex Quest. All right, I'll bring it up next time. All right, so we'll go ahead and let DOS setver is fine. HiMem.sys is fine. Yep, that's fine. That's fine. Maybe I need to check files and stacks. Okay, so I'm not going to set that. Not going to set that. I'm not going to let the sound init run. All right, I will run that. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. All right. I'm thinking maybe the sound card initialization program caused trouble with that DOS patch program. Although, if it caused problem with the DOS patch program, it's quite possible that this DOS patch is not going to work with ChexQuest, but whatever. All right, checks.exe to checks.4gw. That's our backup copy. All right, set DOS 32A equals. Let me go back to my directions here. I need to set DOS 32A equals to C DOS 32A. Okay, I think that's right. All right. C DOS 32A. Bin W. SB. R. Text.exe. Is that correct? And it rebooted. Yeah, I don't think that version of DOS 32A is working very good. Okay, well, Jeremy, I'd rather play Chex Quest because it's just weird. I actually don't have Doom downloaded. Although the thing is, if Chex Quest isn't running, then why would Doom run? Because Chex Quest is a modified version of Doom. Maybe this sound card is not working the way I expected it. I have already identified compatibility issues. And needless to say, the sound card probably won't go in my industrial PC if it is this bad of a performer under DOS that I can't run any of the games I'd want to run with it. All right, let's see here. Doom. Well, that's shareware. All right. I'll try this. All right. I was trying to keep some things family friendly, but I guess if Chex Quest doesn't want to run, I'm going to have to see if Doom will run. Granted, I realized that the graphics of Doom 1 are like tame compared to any game nowadays. Ugh. I guess compared to games rated mature nowadays, Doom's probably like PG. All right. Jeremy says in Doom you're killing aliens and zombies anyways. Yeah, but in Chex Quest you're zorching them, which teleports them back to their home planet. And eating cereal, which is probably has added sugars to it, but that's beside the point. Which all I have to say is, aliens want to come to our planet and eat Chex. Well, maybe they just want to come to our planet and eat Chex, but they could sure find better things to eat on our planet. Oh, look at that. The installer for Doom. Insert disk 2, then press the enter key. I guess they decided not to ask you to press the non existent any key. Good for you, ID software. Or is that id software? But yeah, Chris, I'll bring this card up with me next time I'm up. Jeremy says, I'd rather aliens eat some lame cereal than me. Yeah. Yeah, Chex just get soggy in milk anyways. Jeremy says, dang it, now I want cereal. Do you want Chex cereal? If so, Haha, their marketing worked. If you said Fruit Loops, then I think you just stuck it to them. Take that, Ralston. Should have done better marketing. All right, we have almost installed Doom. Jeremy says, the closest thing I have is Cinnamon Life. Well, Cinnamon Life. Okay. Press enter. Oh, we gotta wait for it to decompress. Ha ha ha. All right. Keyboard only. That's good. Sound Blaster 220. Sound Blaster 225. 1. 3 digital channels. Save settings and run Doom. And it crashed! And I think it hosed the system because, yeah, and the system's hosed. Oh, yes, it helps to not leave the Doom install disk in the computer. Yeah. Sure enough, I think the sound card is incompatible with DOS 4GW. um, yeah, I I believe this sound card is technically DOS compatible. Technically, in that I have found at least one game, albeit a modern game that plays on vintage computers, that will run with the sound card in ad lib mode. But it seems like there's something about this card that DOS 4GW is not compatible with it. Yeah, the sound card is cursed. Hmm. I suspect that the problem is that DOS 4GW, because actually it looks like Doom was trying to start up sound. I think that's where it's been crashing. I suspect that the way it's this card is working using a feature in the chipset called directed DMA. That's how it's getting around the fact that the ISA style DMA is not available on the PCI bus. But some chipsets have a feature called directed DMA that lets the I guess it it lets DOS programs be able to access the DMA on the PCI bus by, I guess I don't know actually how it works, but it basically allows a PCI sound card to have ISA style DMA because the chipset's doing some lifting to make it work. And I guess however that is working is possibly not compatible with, at least on this card, not compatible with DOS 4GW. Hmm. Now, let me see here. I have a few other DOS compatible sound cards. I'm trying to think. Hmm. All right. Let me see. What did I do with my ALS 100 or 120 sound card? Yeah, this sound card is. Now, it's possible that it's the chipset and the sound card interacting. I don't exactly have a lot of motherboards that don't also have like something that would disqualify it for running this test, such as there's already a sound card on it, or I don't feel like playing the RAM trading game. But yeah, I could probably put this back the way it was. I don't think it's not the processor's fault, and it's probably not the amount of RAM. It looks to be the sound card or the sound card and the chipset, however they're working. I don't think I have any of the other chipsets handy that were in that README file. Yeah, alright. Well, I guess this, on this disappointing note, this sound card is, at least if you have was this a 430 TX chipset, I believe? At least with the Intel 430 TX chipset, this card may not work with DOS 4GW based games. Or, at the very least, Doom and Chex Quest. I'm kind of running out of games that I already have to try. Also, getting late. Oh, wait. I think I see the sound card I was wondering about. All right. Let me see if I can't. All right. Let me restart. Let me see if I can't clean up autoexec.bat file. I think I see the ALS 120 sound card. And maybe I'll copy the drivers for it to this computer. Let's just try a different sound card here. Oh, well. Or maybe not. I don't know. I don't know that I want to go find Wolfenstein 3D. Because unless someone can confirm it doesn't use DOS 4 GW. Because quite honestly, I don't want to keep trying games that have no hope of running. Wolfenstein 3D doesn't. Okay. Does anyone know the difference between the Apogee and the Mindscape releases? Because the Apogee ones simply marked no cheats. Oh, I see. I just had to scroll down. Okay. Alright, we'll try Wolfenstein 3D. Unfortunately, at this point, we've kind of like excluded the games I would want to play, so my rating of this sound card is, at the moment, rather low. I mean, I go get Jazz Jackrabbit, but again, you want a Gravis ultrasound for that one. Okay, there we go. Okay, this is a floppy disk install, so I guess I can. Okay. No, actually, I think Mindscape's the original. Or at least what the comments say is that Apogee wanted no cheats to be enabled, so it doesn't have the debug mode. Because I think, yeah, Wolfenstein 3D is actually an ID software release. I don't think Apogee initially distributed it. I think it was only later when Apogee distributed Wolfenstein 3D. I think it was originally Mindscape. Anyways, apparently Apogee didn't want the cheat mode enabled, so they turned off the debug mode. Because apparently, if you start the game with the command line parameter hyphen goobers, Goobers, you have access to all the cheat codes. Like this. Well, it's the Sound Blaster. That's good. Oh, hi, Got Bomb. You missed me not being able to run Doom or Chex Quest. Because that's better. Okay, that's loud. Oh, I guess you can't change the volume. Okay. Can't hear. Well, hopefully now you can hear it and me because I bet it was my whole audio. Uh, there should be music. If you can't hear the music, there's nothing I can do about it. Yeah, the game sounds are loud. The music is quiet, and there's no like volume mixer in this game. And apparently, I don't know what the keys are in this game. Oh, it's Control key. Yeah, I would have guessed that. You can hear the music while I'm talking. Oh. Well, that's a comment on how quiet the music is. Of course, now the game sound effects are going to be even louder because I had to turn the compressor off. I had to turn off the filters. Yeah, I don't like doing that, but you have to. Oh, the dog food gives you 2 health. Wonderful. Okay, good. I was afraid the sounds would be louder. Yeah, the music is quiet, and I don't think there's anything... I have not been able to find anything to do about it. And it's like... I mean, it's okay sounding. It's not phenomenal sounding, but it's okay. Might as well rescue the treasures there. Alright, well, that's actually further than I usually get. How far do I usually get? Well, I don't usually have the game installed. Yeah, I know there's a secret there, but my health is 100%. Is that it? No, it's like... I don't know where it is. There it is. Oh, yay! Upgrades. Okay. Well, that, Okay, so Wolfenstein 3D works. Doom doesn't. Chex Quest doesn't. But Wolfenstein 3D works with this card, including the digitized sound and the I guess, music effects. Oh, let me turn my filters back on before I forget. There we go. All right. So, would I recommend the sound card? No, unless you're a crazy YouTuber, then maybe. If you're a crazy YouTuber that likes reviewing sound cards, then maybe you should get one for yourself. If you're a crazy YouTuber, if you're a crazy X user that reviews sound cards, and I'm going to be at your house within the next month, then you've already asked me if you can borrow the card while I'm up there, and I think I said yes. So you could just use it then for a little while. So yeah, I'll try to remember to bring this card with me to RetroTech Chris's, and we'll get his opinion on the card while I'm up there. Yeah, for this board though, Jeremy does have a point. The ALS 120 is a better choice, although I don't know that its FM synth is like phenomenally better than this one's. It might be slightly better. Yeah, RetroTech Chris says, "Ha." Yeah, well, I'll try to remember to bring it so we can get your opinion on it, Chris. So, okay, if you've got a motherboard like this, and it has ISA slots, then just use an ISA sound card. But I guess if you've got a motherboard that only has PCI slots and you want to play DOS games, and I guess you don't want to play Doom or Chex Quest, or at least not if it's a 430 TX chipset. I mean, I might try this card in another chipset board, but at least with this combination of chipset and card, Doom and Chex Quest are not compatible with this card. So there's that. Also, when the card is turned up in its volume, there is background noise. Jeremy says ISA is where the sound is at. Yeah, but there were some systems that didn't have ISA slots. Granted, some of those systems also didn't have PCI slots. So, well, I guess this card wouldn't be working then. Neither would the ISA card. I mean, maybe you have all your ISA slots full of other things you need. I don't know. Nowadays, is that something you might run into? Not likely, unless you have ISA cards for some legacy reason and you don't have a lot of ISA slots. In reality, I'd probably try to save your ISA slot for a sound card and try to move your other devices to PCI. Yeah, Jeremy says a decent PCI sound card, in my opinion, is anything from Creative Labs. Unfortunately, as RetroTech Chris is saying, most don't work under DOS and Windows for Workgroups 311 of those creative sounds. If you get the Ensoniq one, then I think that is one of the ones that's compatible with DOS. The Ensoniq drivers, though, will not work with the Creative branded card, even though it's the same chip. I believe from what Chris has mentioned. You have to actually use the Ensoniq branded card, as in one that was made before Creative bought them, because Creative rebranded the cards and must have changed some ID or something. So the Ensoniq drivers won't load with the Creative card. And I don't think the Creative drivers have DOS support, because I think got ditched because it was late enough that I guess Creative didn't want to redo the DOS drivers to support the Creative card. So yeah, Chris says the a real Vortex 7 or a real Vortex 1 might be one, yeah. So I think the real cards, yeah, those should work. I think Chris did a thread. Yeah. yeah, Chris has been trying to look at an Unreal Vortex 1. It's quiet. This card is a little on the quiet side, at least in Wolfenstein 3D. But I think the card is actually capable of more volume. I just think it's trying to figure out the settings for its own mixer. So, yeah, the Insonic card might be a good choice, but I don't think Chris or I haven't tested it, and I don't think Chris has yet. So, yeah, there you go. Chris has linked his thread, so you can go check that out. My impression on this sound card is I don't think it's the capacitors, Jeremy. For the quiet sound, I mean, it could be possible the capacitors are going bad. I can test them. I'm not going to test them now. I'm actually about to wrap the stream up. Oh, Chris says the Insonic ES1370 works. He's tested it. It has terrible FM synth. Okay, so I guess don't get the Insonic ES1370. It's probably worse than... It might even be worse than this ALS 4000. Although maybe it might work with Doom and Chex Quest, but terrible FM synth, nah. Anyways, yeah, I guess this sound card does work with some games. I'd probably recommend an ISA sound card if you can. If you can, use an ISA sound card. If you can't, well, you might not be able to play all the games. Jeremy's asking if there was an ES1373. There might have been, Jeremy, but that might have been a creative card. Because the thing is, I think once you get to the creative cards, those PCI creative cards didn't have DOS drivers. Actually, there was an ES1371 and an ES1373. And according to Wikipedia, it did have DOS drivers as well, but I don't think it's going to sound any better than the ES1370. Yeah, looking at this, I think the 1371 and the 1373 are AC 97 compatible versions of the ES1370. They are supposedly DOS compatible, but Jeremy says there was a Sound Blaster 128. Oh, okay, Chris is saying the driver is Windows 3.1. The Sound Blaster 128 may not have DOS drivers. Or some of the... Yeah, you gotta watch out on some of those sound cards. Some of those PCI sound cards, they do have legacy DOS support, but under Windows 95 or Windows 98. There were no native DOS drivers for the card. There were only Windows 95 or 98 drivers that would initialize the card with and initialize the legacy subsystem, and then you could play the legacy DOS games. But some of those PCI cards, once you get that new, I don't know if the Sound Blaster 128 is one of them, but it might be one of those cards that you have to have Windows 95 or 98. It is legacy compatible, but only after installing the 95 or 98 drivers. We, Chris and I were kind of looking at cards that actually have DOS drivers, so you could use them with DOS. I think the live cards are definitely the early live cards. I think those may also have legacy support, but only in 95 or 98. Oh, Chris says Sound Blaster 128 has DOS drivers. Oh, hi, DTM Ace 1. Welcome. That bomb never got the 128 working in real DOS. Chris says, I seem to think the live cards didn't work under DOS, but could be wrong. He gave a few away on account of it. Yeah, and Chris, I'm one of the people you gave one of those live cards to. But that did let me hook Gut Bomb up with one. Yeah, so yeah, Gut Bomb, if you're wondering about the live card I sent you one that I'd bought. I have the one that Chris gave me. I gave you one that I had bought before Chris gave me one. Kind of traded around like that. There was okay, because it was like a week and a half ago when I picked it out for you, Gut Bomb. I don't remember exactly why I picked one out that I had bought for you, but there was something about the one I had bought as to why I picked it over the other, because I had two cards I had bought and one that Chris gave me, and there was something about, I don't remember what it was about the card I sent you. That's why I picked it over the other two, but yeah. So Chris, I still have the card you gave me somewhere. It's in one of my stacks of cards. Yeah, the Sound Blaster 128's DTM Ace is saying, from what I remember, wouldn't work under DOS by themselves. Oh, yeah, I think Jeremy just pointed out something. That's why I think that kept the one that Retrotech Chris sent me. I think I kept the one that was a Dell OEM card. I think that might be what Chris gave me, because I've got these two Dells, like that one there. Yeah, you probably noticed that. Yeah, the other one's like sitting over here. I need to copy data off of it. It's sitting somewhere where I can't miss it. I need to copy data off of it. I'm not doing that tonight. But I kept the one Chris gave me because I think it has the Dell header on it. Because I kind of thought that I would maybe put it in one of these two Dells to have slightly better than onboard sound on one of them. So I kept the one that had the header. Yeah, also Gut Bomb. I thought the one looks might have been one reason I did pick the one I sent you. Jeremy says only Dell drivers work with those cards. Wonderful. Let's see. Retrotech Chris says the Sound Blaster PCI drivers he found works with the Sound Blaster Audio PCI 128, Creative Audio PCI Sound Blaster 16, PCI Sound. Oh. Okay. You can read the comment. There's like Sound Blaster Audio PCI 128, PCI Creative Audio PCI, Sound Blaster 16 PCI, Sound Blaster PCI 128, Sound Blaster Audio PCI, Creative and Sonic Audio PCI, Creative Vibra 128, any of the following chipsets: 1371, 1373, and 5880. Okay. That's a mouthful of driver support. Okay, and apparently the live card does have DOS drivers. Cool. Yeah, that spacing didn't quite work out, Chris, so. Yep. So anyways, yeah. I do have a couple of I think I have a Sound Blaster 128 somewhere. I may have to try it in DOS. It cost more than $10, I believe. I was trying the cheap card. I thought it might sound industrial, but its game support is disappointing. I do have yeah, I've got a couple live cards. I think I've got a Sound Blaster 128 somewhere. I think. Oh, Chris might have given up on the Lav due to Windows 3.1 support. That might have been it, Chris. Yeah. I was kind of thinking the Lavs might have had DOS, some of the early Lavs. I think the later Lavs didn't. Yeah, Jack, I'm still streaming, although I was kind of thinking of kind of wrapping it up soon. Although of course, the thing is, I've actually gained a few viewers, so I don't know. Maybe I might actually just take a brief break and go on for a little while longer. Jeremy says, take the $10 and nail it to the wall as decoration. It's best suited for that. Yeah. DTM Ace 1 says, figured I'd stop in for a few, planning on resurrecting the Tandy. Cool. Yeah, actually, since I had a few more people join, maybe I'll go for a little while longer, but I do need to take a brief break. Might also let me, I don't know, maybe I can find another one of my PCI sound cards that supposedly works under DOS, and maybe we can give it a try. So, I'll be back in a few, but I will be back. Alright, I'm back. I went through my PCI sound card stash, and now I remember, Gutbomb, why I sent the one to you that I did. It's because I sent you one of the two non-OEM cards that I had. I think the one Chris gave me was an OEM card. So I think when I looked at them, I realized I should probably send you one of the non-OEM cards. Maybe in the back of my mind, I remember Jeremy mentioning something that the OEM ones required you to install the drivers from whatever OEM they came from, so... Anyways, so I have a couple of PCI sound cards that we might... we're not going to try all of them, because I am starting to get just a little bit cold. I did turn on the extra heater behind me, but still. Alright, so I do have a Sound Blaster Live CT4870. So this one might actually have drivers. And it's not an OEM card, so it has that going for it. I do have... Alright. One of these may actually not be compatible. I have a creative... I was having trouble reading what card it is. It's a CT5806, I think. I was having trouble reading the number on the chip. So I don't know if this is one that's compatible or not. It's an ES... It's a creative ES1373. Okay, so this is going to be one of the rebranded Insonic cards. Maybe that's Sound Blaster 128? Yeah, Sound Blaster Live value. Hey, we do value around here, and by value I sometimes mean I probably paid too little and regret it. And then I have, I kind of forgot I had this card, but it's possible that I think I might have pulled this out of one of those Dells, because I'm looking at how dusty the bracket is and thinking it came out of one of the Dells. It does look like I have an Ariel Vortex AU 8830A2. I don't know if this is DOS compatible or not, but I think it came out of one of the Dells because I'm looking at the bracket and it's kind of a little bit rusty. So I'm thinking I pulled it out of something. Some of the components on it don't look too hot, so... Oh, Jeremy says that's a Vortex 1. Oh. Oh, what difference was there on the... No, RetroTech Chris says it's a Vortex 2. Alright, well, Chris is usually on point when he says that we need to test one, so we'll test this one. It's a 2. Alright, yeah, there. AU 8830A2. Alright, I don't even know if this card works. In fact, I'm tempted to, like... I don't know why that C39 there and a couple of the other components beside it look weird, but maybe... Okay, looking at it up close on the camera, I think it's just the color of the components. Yeah, the card is a weird shape. I think those components are just a weird color. Unmagnified, it looked like they were rusty, but I think it's just the color of the card. These go for a lot of money? Wow. Yeah, I think, yeah, I'm pretty sure this was in one of those Dells my uncle gave me, because... Yeah, now that I look at it, it's a Turtle Beach card. I remember pulling that out of one of the Dells. I'm going to give this card just like a minor clean first. I think this came out of one of the Dells. Because I don't remember buying this. I really don't remember buying this. So I think it's was probably among the Dells my uncle gave me, or it might have been in the compact I got from my uncle. Because I don't think it was in anything I bought from eBay, although it could have been. I'm trying to think. I did all right. Thought I'd spray a little contact cleaner in the card. Yeah, I don't know where I got this card. I didn't realize they went for a lot of money. Jeremy said my dad had that model card in his Pentium 2 450, the Turtle Beach one. Well, I'm just gonna clean the card just a little bit because it has a little bit of on the back of the cards. It's making me just a little bit concerned. But it looks like it's coming right off the cards, so other than what looks like rust on the pins of one of the capacitors. So I may have. Oh wait, maybe it is coming off. I don't know. Wait a minute. No, let me. All right. Okay, there we go. That should be good. Yeah, the bracket's a bit funky, but all right. All right. I think Chris sent me a link I'll need to go download. In the meantime, let me go ahead and pop this card in. I put some contact cleaner on the card edge. Oh, there we go. All right. All right, I take it, Chris. I want the Windows 3.1 drivers. That probably, I presume that's the one that's probably going to have the DOS drivers in it. Oh, I left something in the flash floppy. All right. Okay, I've got the drivers downloaded. Let me put them in my on my compact flash card. Oh, which I unplugged. Okay, the card was detected, so that's a good sign. There we go. Install. Vortex 2. Alright. I'm putting the drivers for this card on now. Now mentally trying to think. Yeah, this card must have been in one of those computers my uncle gave me, because these go for a lot of money. I doubt it was in amongst the cards in an eBay purchase. Although I could be wrong. Okay, got the drivers copied over, or the driver installer copied over. All right. And I want the AU30 mixer. All right. Well, one thing at a time. Partly because all right, there we go. All right, I got that. All right, let me copy that over real quick. All right, let me also just go ahead and fix the remove the old driver. There we go. And let me fix up config.sys while I'm here. Oh, config.sys is fine. All right, there we go. Excellent. All right. And Chris says, I'm wandering around now, putting away Cisco Aeronet cards. Oh. Okay, that's fine. All right. Oh. Chris says, check my Twitter feed and you'll see why. Oh. Yeah, I saw your comment somewhere that you had bought like just a few of them. You have just a few of those Aeronet cards, Chris? Also, I think you need another 2 rows of them, and you'll completely fill your Pac-Man mat with Aeronet cards. All right. let's install these drivers. Install Vortex 2. Chris says I have six. Yes, I have 16 of them and 17 laptops. Well, I'm slowly catching up to you, Chris. I have one AeroNet card. But that's a start! Oh, look at this. Alright, Vortex control panel. Oh, that's pretty neat. Joystick port, that's probably fine, that's probably fine, that's probably fine. There we go. Jeremy says, eh, what is the joystick port supposed to be? I don't know what the joystick port is supposed to be. Oh, it is port 201 hex. Okay, fair enough. Oh, I was about to. I almost thought it locked up, but I guess that's fine. It's just a Pentium 200 MMX. We need to be patient for it. Ooh. Audio hardware not located in system. Driver not loaded. Oh, now you might have to use the Windows 9X version of the DOS driver. Well, I might have to. Oh, yeah, it didn't load the. It did not load the drivers. Alright, let me go back to Bill's computer lab here, real quick. Um, it's currently set for non-plug and play OS right now. Try another PCS slot. Well, I could try that. Yeah, the audio driver's not happy. Alright, I'll try another slot. Also possible the sound card doesn't work. Oh. Hmm. ASP4DOS.com. Oh. Where did it install the... Oh, okay, that's in the Windows directory. Alright, I downloaded one of the Windows 95, 98 drivers. Hmm. Oh, I'm looking at the README for the Oriole 2 card. Sorry. I was... Okay. I've got the Windows 95, 98 drivers. I think I see the program I need. It looks like... I think I think they gave it a different file name. Because it doesn't look like it's ASP4DOS.com. It looks like it's AU30DOS.com. All right. ASP. Chris says ASP for. Okay, maybe I downloaded the wrong drivers because there's like version 2000 and then version 2041, and I downloaded the later version. All right, let me look in the older one. A I don't see ASP for DOS. All right, let me try one more. Okay. I don't know. I don't, for some reason, see that file in these drivers. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that was, let's see here. Okay. All right. Let me at least copy over the file that I did find, and let's see if it let's see if it works in place of the original one. Hey, it is possible this card is broken. Although I find it, I do find it interesting that the BIOS seems to see the card. I mean, maybe it's just more a matter of having the wrong version. Maybe this card needs a newer version of that program. All right. Let me try that AU30 DOS program. All right. I just copied it over. Okay. Oh. driver requires an ini file? 30 DOS. Oh, what's the chances that ini file is in the driver? I bet the installer creates that ini file. Okay. Kinda looks like I'm not going to be able to get much further with this card tonight. Actually, I'm starting to get tired. I think I'm going to have to install Windows 95 or 98 and so I can run the installer and then be able to grab that DOS installation utility or initialization utility. But yeah, I'm kind of starting to get tired very quickly, so I was just taking one last quick peek through my eBay auction history. I do seemingly remember buying a motherboard that had a few cards with it. Open image. Oh, hold on. I think I now know where this sound card came from. I can't prove it conclusively because the auction is over 90 days old, so eBay has unfortunately ditched the auction listing. I can't view the photos from the auction. But I just found an auction that I bought last October. It had a MVP, a VIA MVP chipset. It's a Super 7 board. The seller had it bundled with an SIS video card, like a PCI one, a sound card, and a network card. I can tell it's a sound card because I can see the audio ports on it. It looks like this sound card was the sound card that eBay seller included with this Super 7 motherboard. I paid $115 for said Super Socket 7 motherboard in AT form factor. It had some processor on it. I don't remember exactly what it was. It was nothing exciting. It did have some RAM on it, and I don't think the RAM was anything exciting. But it had a Super Socket 7 motherboard and this sound card and a mediocre video card and network card. It was $115. I guess I didn't realize at the time I might have because I didn't play Wheel of Regret. That was before I started playing Wheel of Regrets. I didn't play Wheel of Regrets with the purchase, so surprise, surprise. I think the sound card that came with the auction was the sleeper item in the auction. I mean, if it works. So actually, no, I didn't pull the sound card out of the computers my uncle gave me. it was in an uh, eBay auction with a motherboard. Yeah, the motherboard did work. But yeah, I actually got this card from eBay because it was just bundled with a motherboard and a video card and a network card. So yeah, apparently I guess the scrapper didn't realize exactly what they had, because otherwise they probably would have for sure listed the auction as with a Vortex 2 card, and they could have probably charged a little more. Although, granted, I think the processor on that board when it came was like a Pentium 90 or something, or Pentium 120. It was something totally not exciting. I think. I don't remember what was on it, because I think I've since put something else on the board. But anyways, yeah, I think this is where I'm going to draw the stream to a close, because I'm starting to get tired. And I think I'm going to need to install Windows 95 on a board with the sound card so I can try the Windows 95 drivers. Because I think I need to try some plug and play drivers with this card to see if the card even works before I rack my brain with more DOS drivers. So anyways, so with that, I'm not disappointed I couldn't get this Vortex 2 card to work just yet. Because quite honestly, I didn't realize how good of a deal I might have gotten on that auction. So yeah, I guess maybe one could say that was my birthday surprise to myself. Buy this Super 7 motherboard, and oh, surprise, surprise, when you actually get around to pulling the sound card out 4 months later, then yeah, it's a real Vortex 2. Surprise! If I had one of those like party blower things, I'd be making the kazoo sound. But anyways, yep. All right. Well, although we are definitely in March in our time zone now. So, yep, my birthday month is over. So, I guess it's probably just as well I draw my birthday stream to a close. I'd like to thank everyone for joining me. Thank you for hanging out, being cool in the chat, helping me with these projects. The coffee donations I received tonight, thank you everyone that contributed. And I guess now we're in Marchintosh, so stay tuned for Marchintosh content, such as next Thursday, the Quadra 700 finally back on the bench for Marchintosh. Because yes, in March and the first 2 weeks of April, I have decided to go down to one stream a week, just because I need a little extra time for preparing to go to VCF East. May not be the most certain thing in the world yet at this point, but I do need the extra time to prepare to hopefully make it a certainty. So my next stream that's at least scheduled is next Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern. So now I do reserve the right to, if I am working on something on a Tuesday night that's for VCF East and it's something I can stream, I do reserve the right to like do a short notice stream or something, or I might even schedule it if I know I'm going to work on it. But to allow me extra time to work on VCF East things, I'm only going to do one stream a week for the next 6 weeks or so. So I did post my streaming schedule to Coffee and Patreon, so you can, and it's actually for March and April, so you can see at what point I plan to go back to 2 streams a week, and it's basically after I get back from VCF East. So anyways, thank you everyone for joining me tonight. Thanks for being cool. And I guess here's to a successful next year. Birthday speaking. Although, as I said, my birthday stream is always the last Thursday in February. So it may or may not actually be my birthday. That is so that I can keep the actual date to myself for reasons. So take care and God bless. Computer Ask Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon. and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.